All right, good morning, everybody. Time is 9:30, so the inquiry is resumed. So for those that don't know me, I think there are a couple of new faces. My name is Helen Hockenhull. I am an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to hold this inquiry into an appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of the existing buildings and an outline planning application for residential development, including access, provision of open space and associated infrastructure, a sports pitch, pavilion and associated car park on land forming part of the former Brandon Stadium on Rugby Road near Coventry. So the usual housekeeping matters before we start. Mobile phones, can we turn them off or on silent, please? Just a reminder, and also notifications on laptops, if you can do that as well, please. I don't think anybody intends to record or film the event this morning. We have the press present, so good morning to you again. Fire evacuation, again, I'm not aware there is going to be a drill or anything today. So if the fire drill does sound, then we need to make our way down the main staircase, out of the main doors of the town hall, and then congregate at the entrance to Caldecott Park. And at an appropriate time, an officer of the council will then give us instructions when it's safe to come back into the building. Now, a few updates from yesterday. Firstly, I'll address additional sitting days. I can confirm this in the last 10 minutes or so. I have received a further email from the NHS Trust, which I will respond to later on, probably today when I get chance. But for the purposes of today, I am going to set further sitting days as of the 8th and 9th of November, as per the inquiry rules. We can't leave it open-ended, really, from today. We have to have a date so that we know when we are going to return and continue. That may well change following negotiations, but certainly I intend to try and resolve this as soon as possible so that all parties are aware and can reschedule anything if they should need to. But we will update as soon as possible after today on that particular matter. Two other elements that I think need updating from yesterday. Firstly, there was a question about the distances to various football grounds from from the appellant's witness, whether the distances were crow flies or road times. Are you able to provide that information?
Yes, ma'am. I've had it confirmed that they are road times.
Right.
It's not as the crow flies.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, may I just say,
Certainly, yeah.
Mr. Davis was hoping to have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Hooper about that outside the inquiry, and it's hoping to do that today because we're talking about the road distances, not the times. That's
Okay.
So So can I just, you've got a note, but could you just put an asterisk so that may need to be updated? If it can be agreed, that's fine. We're not, it's a question of fact, but
Right. So it's drive times, not just distances that you're interested in, effectively.
It's the distances, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we were told it's a 5-mile distance.
Yes. Okay.
That's the point.
All right, that's fine, thank you. The other point, I think, was a question that you posed, Mr. Humphreys, about the sales to a registered provider for affordable housing and what the discount would be, as opposed to discounted market sale. Mr. Hooper?
Sorry, ma'am. We have a note being prepared on that. It's not quite ready.
That's
the
right.
The same point was also in relation to St Philip's. We have a note in respect of that as well, which we are hoping to issue later today or tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. So I've got a note of that. So I think that's everything on my list. So is there anything else that I've forgotten? Mr. Humphreys?
Madam, just going back to the provisional 8th and 9th of November in terms of we're adjourning to a date. In terms of the dates thereafter, if that changes, will you be seeking representations from three advocates as to
Of
when
course,
we can come.
of
No, I
course.
just.
Yes. Sorry, I thought that was implicit, but certainly I need to make sure that everybody else is content with that.
No, sure, because I think that's that's great. Thank you very much.
Just one thing that you might consider, if we are going for the 8th and 9th, which is what we're planning for, then you might want to set a timetable for witness statements, and bearing in mind that if the 8th and 9th of November are movable feasts, they might need to come forward a little bit, or they might need to go back a little bit. Might I suggest witness statements by 4 p.m. on the 20th, Friday the 20th of October, to be followed a week later, 4 p.m. on the 27th of October, with a skeleton argument from the advocates setting out their case on the law. Yes. If you called it a skeleton argument, we would all understand what that meant.
That's fine. In my book, it's legal submissions. But there you go. It's the same thing.
When you see the skeleton, there's more flesh on it than you perhaps wish, but there we are.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'll leave that to you.
Because what we don't want is anything to come in at the
Absolutely.
last minute.
I should have said that. I will set those dates, because we need to look at a forward timetable for submission of statements, just for clarity for all parties. We'll certainly do that as soon as possible.
Those dates would work, for example, if it came forward a week.
Yeah. Yes. As I said, I hope to do this as soon, hopefully by the end of tomorrow if we can, but certainly as soon as possible, and then set a forward time frame. Yeah. Madam,
just so that I've got an up-to-date understanding, so I can discuss it with my clients. The 8th and 9th, obviously, we've got clearly in mind, but as I understand it, the third party, the NHS Trust, had a query about their availability for that, and this morning's email is along the same lines as I understand it. So, all right, so I'm up to date. No, thank you very much.
No, yes, as I said, we hope to resolve this as soon as possible, but rather than taking up time this morning, then we will do it outside of this arena, shall we say.
And then some people will be interested just in the NHS issue. Some people will be interested just in everything else. Yeah. Is your intention, for example, to see if we can do the NHS issue on the 8th and then 106 and other 106 and stuff on the 9th?
That could be yes. Well, I will set a time frame. I think once I have a better understanding, then I think, yes, as you say, I think it's probably appropriate to split the discussion on the 106 agreement to the NHS issues and then other issues separately for those that are interested in those particular aspects.
Madam, that's very helpful, because my clients would obviously rather I was here on the one day, but that would mean, as I understand it, that the other issues of the Section 106 would be heard on the same day then as the closings.
We could certainly arrange it that way, yes. If that's easier for you,
I think
we can certainly try and accommodate that for you, yeah.
That's what I had in mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No problem with that. Right, okay. Anything further from anybody else? No, good. Okay then. So this morning we're going to hear from Mr. Osborne, Gaming International Limited. So, Mr. Goatley, would you like to introduce your witness? Thank you.
I'm very grateful. Mr. Osborne, good morning.
Morning.
If I can introduce you to the inquiry, you are Clerk A. Osborne, and you are the Chairman of Gaming International, a company previously listed on the London Stock Exchange in 1932 and delisted in October 2004, and you were previously its CEO.
Correct.
In your career, you've been directly involved in the organisation and management of stadia operating speedway racing, stock car racing and greyhound racing in the UK. The venues for that include Poole, Swindon, Oxford, Hull, Reading, Leeds, Birmingham, Manchester, Wimbledon, Wembley, Milton Keynes and Bristol.
Correct.
You've also been operationally involved in the promotion of speedway racing at Bristol, Poole, Oxford, Reading and Swindon.
Correct.
And with regard to stock car racing, you've been operationally involved in the promotion of that at both Oxford and Wimbledon.
Correct.
Internationally, you've been involved in the design and consulted on the operation of facilities for greyhound racing in Hong Kong, France, Dubai, Japan, Ireland, Germany, Jersey and Barbados.
Correct.
And you've been directly involved in the design and development of multi-sport arenas in Swindon, Poole and Milton Keynes.
I have.
Currently, you are heading a team who are redeveloping the Swindon Stadium and the Swindon Motorsports Arena.
That's correct.
You've served on the governing body for greyhound racing in the UK and represented the UK greyhound racing internationally, and you explain you have a thorough knowledge of media rights and experience in their planning and monetarisation.
I do.
Fairly and properly, you set out that you recognise your responsibility in giving evidence to this inquiry, and the evidence you've been prepared and provide for this appeal is true, and you confirm that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions.
They are.
Thank you very much. Mr. Osborne, I'm not going to ask you to read out all of your evidence. I may alight upon parts of it, but it has been available, to you and to all parties for some time. But what I will ask you to do is to explain, to elaborate upon what you have done, and I may take you to certain paragraphs within your evidence in order to do that. Now, you set out that the proof that you've prepared and the evidence that you provide comes both from you and from consultation with others.
Correct.
And with regard to that consultation with others, those include, as you've set out at paragraph 1.5 of your evidence, colleagues with Stadia UK operating Swindon and Poole racetracks, the Speedway promoter Terry Russell, the stock car promoter Craig Robinson, the architects Fairhurst Design Group, and the quantity surveyors Quantec.
Yes.
Now, there are some other materials beyond those which are set out in your directly in your evidence itself, and which are a series of documents which are contained in the core documents, and which go from, I think, if you have those, do you have those on your laptop or do you have them hard copy?
Both.
They go under the CD reference number 15.5.50.
Yes.
Through to 15.5.57, I think it is. Do you have those available to you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Now, the exercise that you have been requested to investigate and report on, this is set out in your paragraphs 1.2 and 1.3 of your evidence, is the design, specification and costs that will be incurred to rebuild and renovate the stadium to a status able to operate professional licensed speedway racing, together with other activities that could use the stadium facility, including the car park, and whose operation can provide a contribution to overheads and operation costs, and you report in respect on those as being other potential alternatives, oval car racing or stock car racing in various formulas, greyhound racing and go-kart racing.
Yes.
Now, the first aspect, the design and costing for the works required to provide the stadium with the facilities to host events. What have you done and what have you produced? First off, have you been to Brandon Stadium?
I have.
And arising from that exercise, and just so that it's clear to the inquiry, are you a structural engineer or building engineer or costs person?
I'm not.
In respect of any of those matters, to whom do you look in terms of the evaluation and preparation of those particular aspects of work?
Well, in terms of the design, two architects, in this case is in my evidence, Fairhouse Design. I've worked with them quite extensively. Engineering would be Waterman Group, and costs basically through Quantec, and the MD of that company, Lee Barker, who I know very well and have worked with him quite extensively in these sorts of projects.
Thank you very much. Now, to that end, you have explained what occurs at 2.2 and 2.3 about the way that racing for speedway and stock car racing, and for that matter greyhound racing, are provided for, and what type of tracks. As far as speedway and four-wheel oval racing, for stock car racing you say best promoted on tar macadam tracks, speedway always on compacted shale, and greyhound racing on high loam content silica sand. Just for a process of explanation, are those three different tracks all encompassed in one stadium, rather than all of those tracks being coextensive on one particular alignment?
Yes, they're separated. They're all in one facility, but they would be, in that particular layout, they would be separate tracks.
Thank you very much. Now, you've set out a series of options at 2.4, and as I understand it, those options, which are essentially options 1 to 5, are set in your CD reference 15.5.51 through to 15.5.55. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you also have, in addition, a construction and setup cost, which is your CD 15.5.50.
Yes.
Perhaps if you could explain what that set of costings deals with, and what components are contained within it. And if I can ask you to have in mind, in due course, what's now been described as the jumpers for goalposts approach, which is being advocated by SCS. So if you can first of all take us through what is contained in your CD 15.5.50.
Okay, so in the background to this, basically what I have done in bringing this is I've been to the site, I've been through an inspection, I've had my architects there, so we have done that work together. And I have, from that inspection and the details that came out of that, pulled together what I believe is a reasonable cost to reinstate the facilities to a level which would allow the stadium to operate.
In terms of arriving at those costs, how did you arrive at those costs? Was that out of your head or your experience, or on the basis of anything explained to you, identified to you by others?
In my experience, certainly. I mean, we have masses of costings for these types of facilities. In that which is said to me by others, so discussion with quantity surveyors, discussion with my colleagues, some of which are quite expert in this now, and with, of course, with the architect.
Because in addition, we have that which is in Appendix 4 to Mr. Hooper's evidence as well, which is the cost breakdown produced by, forget their name, RLB. I'm going to do RLB. That saves me at least some pain during the rest of the day. They are cost consultants, and they have carried out an evaluation themselves. Have you looked at that evaluation as well?
I have.
Thank you. How would you say that their evaluation either compares to or parallels anything which is contained in your CD 15550?
Well, I mean, I was asked to, and I approached this on the basis of my experience and knowledge and those around me in a practical sense to get to this position. I think that, and I've no doubt those costings provided are accurate. I'm not questioning that. It is just the question of the approach. So in this position, I have basically used a very practical approach to savings and costings that I think could be applied through this process. Whereas the report from Bucknell's is essentially what it is. It's a and I'm sure it's very accurate, but it's a complete costing by a professional team. And as we know, well, certainly my experience is that there is always a difference practically between something which is an extensive report on condition and rectification to what practically can be dealt with on the ground.
Now, when practically dealt with on the ground, the exercise that you've undertaken, is that going to be a sort of a self-help exercise where you're expecting to go and do some of the painting or some of the work yourself, or is this on the basis of letting contracts or subcontracts to people to carry out all of those relevant component works?
It's on the second of those. I mean, I'm not proposing that there would be, and really practically at the end of the day, today it's not possible. I mean, maybe 20 years ago it was, but non-professional work just doesn't work now. The regulations have changed so much.
When you say regulations, is that relating to undertaking building works?
Yes, building regulations are very different.
Now, 5 options are set out there, and maybe worthwhile looking, you've got your 5 option plans starting at 15.5.51.
Yes.
And this is for speedway and stock car racing with a stadium customer building. Talk us through it, if you would. As to what is contained within that, and in part anyway, what isn't contained within that.
Well, in terms of, I mean, it may be worth me explaining the customer building element of it, because that's the prime difference between these facilities. So the customer building is essentially a replacement for the grandstand. And it would be essential if you are operating greyhound racing, and it is desirable if you are operating speedway and stock car racing. And the reason it's desirable is that it provides a higher level of customer accommodation and access to food and beverage, etc. So what I have done is that I have been through a scheme with that building, and that building itself is, I mean, basically I already have one designed and built. So I understand that completely, and I understand the rationale for its design and what it can accommodate and what it can produce.
And where has that been designed and built?
At Swindon.
At Swindon. And how long ago was that designed and built?
In the last, well, the design's been a long time, but in the last 2 years.
Okay, well, beyond that, what other components do we see in 15.5.51?
You see, I mean, primarily the facilities required for the sport. So you see pits for speedway, you have to have changing rooms, etc., and a certain level of accommodation. For stock car racing, you have, if you like, a pits, which is much, much bigger. But you have to have those facilities. They have to have access to the track, easy access on and off. And you see customer accommodation. And with this, I mean, I should explain that in relation to the condition, in my opinion, in the condition of the stadium, and in particular the terraces. There are terraces on the bends there.
Which we'll call sort of north and south.
Yes,
on this.
Indeed. They are really beyond repair. There's no way they can meet any standards. I mean, even observationally, they won't meet any safety standards. So rather than replace those, which would be quite an expensive exercise, I have, although it reduces the capacity, I have said the best thing to do is to actually fill those in and grass them. And there are facilities in the UK, they have, as I say, strictly limited capacity, but they can accommodate people. So that's what I've proposed there. On the straight, which is the other stand.
That's the east side of the
east side. The situation there is that it's clear that the cover to that stand is beyond repair. It could not be repaired. So I have proposed to take the roof off, to strengthen the steel, and to put on a lightweight, which is essentially, it's almost stretched canvas, basically, structure on the top of it, which has a limited life, but certainly would be enough life in this process. So you could easily get probably 15 plus years out of it. And then the terraces underneath that building are, I mean, they are certainly usable, but they will need quite extensive repair and they will need a lot of checking. I haven't gone as far as to the absolute detail of meeting the current regulations in regard to safety, so it doesn't include the provision of, there are no safety barriers there as such, and they may be needed. So there is a question mark around there. But I've taken a view that they can be refurbished.
You say refurbished, I mean, the suggestion was that there's a there's a bit of grass growing out or weeds growing out, and those can just be removed, and essentially what you have there is otherwise satisfactory. Is that your appreciation of it?
Not in my opinion, no.
What, in your opinion, would be required?
I think that, well, first of all, they would have to be completely surveyed, but there is a, depending on how terraces are built, I mean, it's a little bit technical, and I'm not a structural engineer, but essentially, terraces are built in a number of ways. I mean, these particular terraces have been built in a fashion which is ground bearing, so the whole thing bears on the ground, and that's where it gets its stability from. Over time, those things that ground bearing can change, and that puts stress on the concrete, and that depends on the terraces or how were they reinforced or not reinforced in that process. So what I've looked at is try just to look at generally, and there's not a huge amount of design, but basically going into that situation and saying, okay, we've got to lift some of these terraces, we've got to look at the ground, maybe we can support them from underneath. But it is a generalization, but I've tried to be as practical as possible.
And in terms of being practical, is that reflected in the way that you've approached the costings that are set out in the document we were looking at a moment ago, 15,550?
Yes. Yes.
Just ask Mr. Osborne, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you agree that your cost assessment in effect assumes a worst case scenario?
I'm not sure. I think I would like to describe it as being a sort of practical position. I mean, I think there is. I mean, for example, on the matter we were just discussing, which was these terraces. I wouldn't say mine is the worst case scenario. I would say it's practical. I mean, but what I have to say is that it's not fully investigated. I'm taking some assumptions.
Thank you. Perhaps move on to the second option, which is not one which is contended for by SCS, which is speedway and greyhound racing with a stadium customer building.
Yes.
I mean, as that's not is contended by SCS, we'll probably deal with that relatively succinctly. But if you can just explain by reference to that plan, what's contained in that option, and what's added, what's omitted.
So everything other than the customer building in the customer building is virtually the same. What the plan does is that it says, which I believe in any event, the grandstand itself is well beyond repair. This assumes that the grandstand is demolished, and I have practical experience of the cost of such demolition. And the site is cleared, and the buildings which are not shown on this plan, which are some industrial buildings, are also demolished. And the reason for that is that I think it is cheaper to demolish them than attempt to put them into any form of building which could be retained on the site. And I think, the important thing is that the public are going to attend this site, and therefore the condition of the site overall is important. So, you're not demolishing something because it looks bad.
So why are you demolishing it? Just because it's not just because it looks bad?
You're demolishing it because it's a safety hazard. It's considered within the confines of the stadium, and when you're looking at safety, everything that is there is considered.
Now, it may be asked, have you sent that off to some kind of health and safety expert to assess?
No, and there is a reason for that, because I count myself and my 3 particular colleagues as experts in that area, although they're not qualified. They don't hold a qualification.
How many health and safety assessments have you been involved in respect of your various stadia?
Oh, I haven't counted them, but many.
To understand and to assist the inspector, do you consider that as a result of that experience, in respect of those many assessments, you have a fair idea as to what those who are responsible for licensing and health safety assessment would require in respect of this site?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next one, if we may. Is there anything else on this one? I beg your pardon. In which case, we go to CD 15553. This is option 3. Take us through option 3, please.
Again, you have the same layout in relation to the building itself, what I call the stadium building. And you have the 2 tracks in there, and you have karting in the car park in that process. Other than that, the layouts remain constant. They're the same.
Okay, thank you. Option 4. Now, that's the speedway track and stock car racing, but without a stadium customer building. Is that correct?
Let me see. I may have my reference numbers. Without a stadium building, speedway track. Could I just check that that is the same one? Please.
Oh no, I beg your pardon, it should be option 5. It's speedway and stock car tracks. Yeah. Tell us which of the options that you're dealing with in terms of those 2 plans, Mr. Osborne.
In terms of the options that I've listed, I've looked at speedway and stock car racing together with a stadium customer building. I've looked at speedway and greyhound racing with a customer building. I've looked at speedway racing with a stadium customer building. I've looked at speedway and stock car racing without a stadium customer building. And I've looked at speedway racing without a stadium customer building, so just speedway on its own. So if you like, greyhound racing and speedway, and they would need a customer building, so that you have all of those combinations with a customer building, and you have speedway on its own and speedway and stock car racing without a customer building. I'm sorry if the options are not connected with the plans.
And do those correlate with the numbers of the plans that we have been through?
So, 1. My references don't refer, in terms of they don't cross-correlate with 2.4 in my statement. So that's the list of those.
That's the list of them. And in terms of your evaluation of those, and in terms of design components, you then set that out. You explore in your 2.6 your reference to the Farrell-Walsh Structural Engineering Survey, and you've looked also at the other alternatives for the provision of other components, including karting, and whether or not that would enhance the ability to deliver a sports offer, including speedway at the track.
Yes.
Section 3, the redevelopment design and costing, and the common components of that. And then I'll look pleased to go on to the other redevelopment costings.
Yes.
You take us through at 3.2, a base specification. Assist us, please, as to what are the components of that and what's necessary. Are they all necessary?
Yes. They're all necessary. And I've set it out that there is a base specification, whatever you do.
Now, you've also got an additional series of components at 3.3, the oval shale track, safety fencing and air fence for race meetings. Can you just explain in general terms what those are for the inspector's assistant?
In terms of the safety fencing?
And the air fence, what they both are.
Okay, so an air fence is basically, as described, it's pneumatic. So it's under air pressure, so that if a rider hits that fence, it has give. Prior to that, there were essentially two forms of fencing. One was hard fencing, so not concrete, but it would be wooden, so it would have some give. And the other is in what you would describe as chain link fencing. So sprung chain link fencing, which would also give that, but it can cause problems because riders can slide underneath, or they can get caught in the fencing, and that causes more accidental damage. So I can't remember when, but the air fence is a continuous fence, which because it's pneumatic, offers that safety. And what happens is that the air fence is put in on events in front of what would be either chain link or boarded fencing.
So you'd have both?
You have to have both, because the air fence doesn't have the structural integrity to hold. It only has the integrity to allow a bounce, if you like.
Thank you very much. And then race control equipment, referee centre starting gates, safety lights, those would be additional to that. Then the additional specification for stock car racing, an oval tarmac macadam track, safety fencing. Is that a different type of safety fencing to that which is for the speedway?
Yes, so again, there are primarily two types, but if you think about this is actually protecting the runoff. Unlike, for example, Formula One, there's no impact resistance in there to help the driver or etc. It's not around that, because they don't get the speeds that would cause the damage to the driver as such. So these are retaining fences, and there are, again, from my experience, two types. One is what would be considered, or is called Armco. So it is It is a steel continual fence and would be seen on motorways. And the other is what I would describe as a hawser fence. So that primarily used to use mining winding cables. So they're pretty thick cables, and they're put around the outside of the track at various distances, and they're enough to retain a car at a reasonable velocity from going anywhere else.
Thank you very much.
I mean, sorry, there is just on stock car racing, there is and quite rightly, there is another secondary fencing requirement beyond that which retains the cars, which is there basically to protect the public. And that doesn't have to be as strong, but it has to be able to retain a wheel or something which is airborne because of a crash.
Thank you. Now, just note at 3.5, you also set out those elements necessary for greyhound racing, which we're told by SCS is not proposed, but you have assessed on the basis of whether or not that would provide a means of providing additional revenue to the stadium in order to see whether or not, if started up, that could support speedway or indeed stock car racing in addition.
Yes, I mean, I've approached it on the basis of there is the stadium, what could potentially go into there to make that whole facility work, because none of these facilities, other than greyhound racing, could potentially work on their own.
When you say work, as in work financially?
Financially, sorry, yes.
Now, you then go back through the redevelopment costings and the options, which we have already explored,
yes,
at least in outline, and you've explained about how it's a multi-sport use as well as speedway in isolation. Indeed, you also provide for karting in addition, as we will come on to.
yes.
And then you've looked at a variety of costings, and so far as your costings that you've already taken us to, at 3.13, you indicate that you asked Quantec, quantity surveyors, to provide a review and sense check of those costings. Were they content with those costings?
Yes, yes.
Now, you then set out, following inspection and review, what would be the components that would need to be dealt with, which you kindly set out at 3.14 and on page 10 with the bullet points there. Firstly, the structure, say, of the existing building does not meet current building regulations, is not structurally sound, and will require demolition. Now, your second bit is on the basis of information received as to the need for planning permission if anything else was to be erected. That was a matter which was explored to a degree with Mr. Hooper yesterday. I'm not going to go back through that with you now. The main stadium proposed, you've already referred as a design and costed stadium provided at Swindon, on the basis that that would be of a cost-effective variety and one that you've seen both designed and built elsewhere. Is there any reason why that couldn't be, with appropriate costing uplift, re-provided at this venue?
No.
Reprovision of all utility services may be contended, well, somehow there's some kind of supply already in there. Wouldn't that do?
As I understand the position, the service connections, and I've asked and investigated this, have been removed and they're disconnected.
Thank you very much. Existing covered terrace refurbished and canopy replaced with lightweight stretched fabric cover, you've already explained that to us. The grass banks for the 2 terraces at the northern southern ends, you've explained. You've also explained that racetracks need to be designed and costed by appropriate current regulations for the sports governing bodies and health and safety standards required by local authorities. Can local authorities just show a degree of flexibility on that and say, well, that will do in terms of health and safety?
I don't think so, but I've not experienced it. So.
Then you've looked at the other options and as well as the karting option. So take us through, if you would, the operational feasibility, first of all, for Speedway. Now, you've indicated that you've been both a promoter and a stadium owner. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So I think we're aware now that there's a Premiership, Championship and National Development League. The suggestion made on behalf of SCS is that it would look for a Championship League re-provision at this site. Is that a realistic proposition in terms of if they were able to get the riders together?
Yes, I would think so, yeah.
Then you explained how the management occurs and about contracted riders, your 410. We've heard from Mr. Ford yesterday that he has a number of contracted riders that he would be able to provide for these purposes. You then refer to a cash bond, and then in terms of the number of riders, 7 riders per team. This is your 412, and the league riders riding in this country often come from a variety of other countries as well, and you set out where those riders come from and what the percentages are. Although you do make the observation that the Polish leagues pay significantly higher than any other league. Does that have a consequence for riders coming over here, or the desirability of coming over here from Poland?
I think, you know, speedway riders are professionals, and they're essentially companies, if you like, in their own right. So they unlike footballers who are professionals, they're contracted to a club and they get paid a wage, etc. Speedway riders, as I say, they earn depending on their performance, and their levels of earnings. That therefore they will go depending on their diary. They'll work as best they can into a situation where they can earn the most money. Now, there are only so many opportunities of riding in Poland, so they travel, and riders always have travelled in that process.
Thank you very much. Now, you set out the costs at 416 and following, and you set out essentially very much a who does what and where those costings might be attributed. Are there any items in terms of at least identified components that you think you've left out of account, or are there any that you think that you've put in that don't need to be there?
Well, I would say that I don't think there are any that don't need to be there. Whether I have missed any off in terms of the overall cost, if I can explain, there are 2 sets of costs. So there is the cost of the operation of Speedway. That is something that the promoter deals with. And then there is the cost of the facility. The facility has essentially 2 sets of costs. One is what I would describe as the standing costs, that have to be paid and for that facility to be there. And then there are the, if you like, the day costs or the event costs that the facility has to undertake in order for that event to be staged or promoted at its stadium. So on the one side of the standing costs, those costs are the normal that you would see in any building or facility. So they're business rates, maintenance, management, because the place has to be managed through the process, a sinking fund, which we have in our businesses because things have to be replaced. So you have that standing facility cost. Rent, for example, if you don't own the building, or sorry, the facility. So all of those are there, and you have to have licenses, and you have to have all of those things which are required for you to be a facility. And then on the event side itself, there are costs. So, and they can vary. So and depending on the number of people attending, but you are responsible normally for admissions, for controlling the admissions, for stewarding, sort of in-house policing, as it were, for all of the safety regulations, for pre-inspections, post-inspections, reporting, etc. through that. And then to the side of that, there is cost and income to the facility itself, which could be food and beverage, depending on the facilities that you built and employ, you have there, and can be in certain circumstances car parking. But the facility has to operate those facilities.
Thank you very much. Now, you then come up with some suggested costings relating to this at your paragraph 4.22, and you also at your CD 15556 and CD 15557 come up with some promotion data for a variety of speedway teams and come up with a notional speedway operating profit and loss account. Do you have those?
Yes, I do.
Dealing with CD 15556, the promotions data for the Premiership, is that something that you have established for each of those particular race teams?
Yes.
And that goes through a Premiership, Championship, and also the National Development League. And then the CD 15557, some of that data is then taken through to that from the assumptions on the document we've just looked at. This profit and loss data, is this for the stadium operator, for the promoter, the teams, or is it some kind of amalgam?
It's the latter, I'm afraid. So, again, my approach to this was on the consideration that Speedway would be, if you like, the anchor promotion. So the operators of the stadium would be the operators or the promoters of Speedway. And everything else would be other events which make a contribution to the stadium. That is how I approached it, because that is what I considered from the proposition would be the case. The relationship between a stadium operator and a speedway promoter and a stock car promoter differs throughout the country, because there are some stadia which are operated by speedway promoters, and there are some that are operated by stock car promoters, and some of those have speedway added if it's a stock car based operation, and contrary the other way, there are, I think, some that have a speedway promotion to which stock car is added. And then of course there are, where I am, if you like, in my base experience throughout, there are operators of facilities which then rent or provide facilities to operators, if you like, or promoters would be the best term. So speedway or stock cars or karting or any other facility.
Now, what doesn't appear within any of the listings here is a rent figure between a stadium promoter and a stadium operator. Or sorry, a speedway promoter and a stadium operator. That's essentially stripped out of these fees on the basis this is an amalgam.
Yes.
What would be the sort of level of rent that you would expect to be charged from a stadium operator to a promoter?
If you look at it in net terms, so going back to my description of the relationship or the costs of a stadium operation. So, for example, in Speedway, the stadium operator has to provide facilities. There are costs for that particular occasion, that particular meeting, if you like, that have to be spent. So if you were to net that position against the contribution from the Speedway promoter, it will be between, in my experience, it will be between £1,800 and £2,000 per meeting.
And is it paid per meeting or per year, or how is it paid?
Per meeting.
Per meeting. Now, and taking Speedway, first of all, how many meetings would there be per year?
It can vary depending on the success. So there are various run-off events at the end of a season. But I think it's reasonable to, and everybody says it's around 17 on average.
And the figures which are then set out within CD 15.557, that effectively leaves that amount out per meeting, or is that found in any of the figures which are contained within that?
Leaves the rent out. Yes, I mean, this isn't produced on that basis. But the incomes and the outgoings can be pulled out of here, if you like, if you want to get to a promotion.
Now, in terms of some of the figures that you've advanced, and we only heard this yesterday from Mr. Ford, perhaps just look at the top part of CD 15.557, which has the assumptions for average attendance, which you had for Premiership being about 1,100 and for Championship being about 1,100. Mr. Ford was saying it was 1,200 to 1,500 spectators in his experience based upon pool. Is that what you would expect the attendance to be at his level or at your level?
At my level, these are pretty accurate.
And accurate based upon which racetracks?
On pool.
On pool. He also suggested that in respect of other components, these were the only other two that he referred to. One was sponsorship. He said this year was something of the order of £98,000, and that merchandising the order of £39,000. Your view as to whether or not those figures correlate with your understanding as to the operation at pool?
I mean, that would be my first experience of those figures, so I have no understanding whatsoever that those are the figures. I mean, what I can call on is that prior to this inquiry and actually prior to producing these figures, we had a series, as we do each year, of meetings and disclosure of information to determine the rent that is charged. Those figures were certainly not disclosed to me through that process. I mean, I can't say whether they're right or wrong. I mean, from the experience on the other side, in Swindon, for example, when it was operating, they would never achieve sponsorship levels anywhere near there.
And what about merchandising, that order of magnitude?
Well, the figures in my calculations here are net figures, so they're net of everything. So they're net of cost of merchandise, net of cost of selling, etc. So, and again, I can't. These are the merchandising figures are taken primarily from Swindon in that process, but I think it's worth saying that these figures were checked with the pool speedway promoter by my general manager at pool.
And was there any suggestion that any figures have been understated, were too low, or omitted?
No.
Indeed, was there any suggestion that there should be any revision to any of those figures?
No, but in terms of the suggestion of a revision, the process that we went through was that my GM went through the information and the assumptions we had made and asked Danny, the promoter, for his input into those. So we were informed a fair bit by what Danny had to say, what he advised us of.
Danny, I take it, that's Matt Ford's son, is that correct?
His son, yeah.
Thank you very much. If I can turn to section 5, which is the operational feasibility on stock car racing. Now, you set out there essentially how that is organised and occurs. Have you, in respect of stock car racing, have you owned stock car racing tracks via your companies?
Not now.
Not now?
No. So.
Have you previously?
Oh yeah, but a long time ago.
Thank you. So in terms of the data that we have here, where does this data come from?
This would come from the stock car promoter at Ringwood.
And is that Mr. Craig Robinson?
It is, yes. I mean, and the background to that is that we are working with Craig Robinson in the Swindon Motorsports venture.
I'm going to come back to that in a moment, if I may. But in terms of stock car racing itself, various components, the prize money, the meeting costs, and the income that's referable to that, what does that give rise as to either a profit or loss in respect of a meeting, and then looking at meetings over a year?
I think that the stock car racing is very different to speedway. I mean, there's obvious differences, but it's very different in its setup and its whole makeup. So, speedway racing, as we've discussed, is actually competed by professionals. Stock car racing is competed by non-professionals. Okay, primarily they're not professional. They used to. So there some were years ago, but primarily they're not. So they are. Whilst they're competitors, they are essentially this is their recreation as well as their attendance. So they're not professional people. So the numbers and the finances of stock car racing don't run on the same bases. So there is income that is derived in stock car racing from entries, for example. So and whereas in speedway, of course, those are outgoings. So stock car racing has the advantage that basically people pay to race. They don't get paid to race. So there's a difference.
Take us through what might be the notional profit and loss that goes with this, and essentially, does this give rise to something which is profitable per meeting or non-profitable?
I think it's profitable when it is. But let's say it's cash flow positive. So, and it can vary. And in a domestic sense, so in the normal racing format, on the basis of the information I have collected, it can vary quite widely in terms of the public attendance to that, the non-driver or connection attendance. And it can vary, of course, in terms of its profitability. So you can only look at these things in average.
Are there any declared attendances at any of these events?
No. So my information comes from my discussions with Craig.
Okay. And what does that essentially If we've got prize money of around 5,000 for, that's for any particular event?
That's a big event.
That would be a big event.
Yeah.
What would be a normal event?
Well, between 10 and 50 pounds a race.
And how many races would there be?
It can vary. I mean, it depends on the type of meeting, and it depends on the entries, I think, and it depends what formulas are being run, how the event is being promoted, whether it includes banger racing, etc. So it's there's no, if you look at stock car racing across the country, there's no set format for that position. It just varies.
And in terms of meeting costs, that's the variable cost that you were referring to a bit earlier, the event cost.
Yes.
As opposed to the stadium general continuing cost.
Yes.
That's 4,000 to 8,000 per event, depending upon number of races and their significance.
Yes.
And then the income from gate receipts, local sponsorship, program sales, merchandise, raffle, video streaming for a restricted number of events. When you say restricted number, how many get video streamed?
I think it's on the basis of let's say 1 or 2 a week.
Thank you. Then you've got the usage charge. That's effectively what will be paid by what might be described as the promoter to the stadium. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there'd be the food and beverage. Who would be doing the food and beverage, and who would be deriving any profits from respect of that?
Well, if you, and again it varies because it depends on who operates the stadium, all of those sort of things. But if you said, okay, you can get a fee of around £1,500 a meeting, then under those circumstances, the food and beverage would go to the stadium operator unless it was let out. So, I mean, not in my evidence, but it may be worth looking at this because it may strike through a number of areas about attendances, etc. So I asked Craig to look at Brandon on the basis of an operation and asked him what would be, if I was running it, what would be the basis of his offer. And around his reply was in terms of if he was bidding for this, he would bid at circa £40,000 per annum. That would be on the basis that he would pick up all of the costs because there can be quite big costs, the cost of cleaning and any damage, obviously, which is done. And I asked him in terms of the food and beverage.
May want to just pause for a moment.
No.
They'll finish what they're doing and go away shortly like that, or we can try and shut the windows.
That's a new one. Normally it's a pneumatic drill, or if you're in Village Hall, it's a Zumba class. But there we go.
I even had Carol singing, interrupting an inquiry of mine once at Christmas, but there you go.
Who knows, at this one you may get that arranged for you this time as well.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's a little better anyway with the window shut. So continue.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so I was going back to say, I mean, I posed the question, which may find a level with everyone in this process. So I asked Craig on the basis of Brandon and the facility. He knows Brandon very well. If it was in a position that could accommodate attendances of, say, up to 3,000 or 4,000. I'll come on to a world final in a minute. But I asked him, look, if I was operating that, somebody he trusts as being a reasonable operator, and you were at Brandon, and you know Brandon, what would you pay? What would you bid me? And he said, circa £40,000 per annum. He thinks he would run probably 20 to 24 meetings, and that would be on the basis that he would be responsible for clearing the premises, and that he would be responsible for essentially all of the meeting costs in terms of personnel, so stewarding, etc. He would pick up that cost, no matter who it was provided by. That would leave the stadium only with long-term maintenance. He would repair anything that was damaged, obviously, long-term maintenance, and power, water, etc.
And presumably insurance as well.
Oh yeah, you have to have insurance, etc. So there'd be no other charge. It would be £40,000 a year. And I then went on, because there is this question around food and beverage. And, you know, as I say, under a lot of circumstances, that rests with the stadium operator. And under his bid of 40,000, it would rest with the stadium operator, with us, if you like. But I did ask him, because he is, you know, he has an interest in that area. In terms of the food and beverage, if I said, okay, well, you could have the food and beverage facilities, so you have to bring those in, obviously. What would you pay? And he said around £10,000 per annum. So that would lift it to 50,000. Virtually, other than the standing cost of the stadium, virtually clear money. There is another question around which I know has come up through the evidence previously, which I discussed with Craig regarding the World Final. And the World Final, I think, you know, Mum, is every 3 years, and would, again, in Craig's opinion, certainly 1 in 3 would be in Coventry. He can't see any reason why not in that process. And we discussed the operation of a world final, which I don't have any experience of at all, and the relative finances for that, and what people pay to go in, and how many people, and how it can vary, etc. But to cut through to that process, I said, okay, every 3 years there is a world final. If that world final and the facilities were there was this year, what would you pay for that? And he said circa £10,000 to the stadium. I don't know how much money he would make from that, but
that's £10,000 effectively once every 3 years.
Yes, net 10,000.
And what condition of the stadium did he assume for the purposes of being able to make any of those particular types of assessment or assessed bid?
As I've set out to him, so the basic position, so that doesn't assume that he would have access to a stadium, a specialist stadium building.
So it would be the essentially the grass banks at the northern and southern ends, and the eastern terrace restored in the manner that you've identified.
I think you would need to do more. I mean, his view is that you would need a capacity of 10,000 people. That's what he said to me. Now, to get to 10,000 people in that facility, you will probably have to reinstate the terraces, or, of course, you can bring in specialist seating. We've actually done that at Poole for a particular event, and I think it would be fair to say, I mean, in the assumptions that that could be achieved, and that although I didn't discuss that with him, it was on the basis that he would be responsible for those extra facilities. So that wouldn't be a cost to the stadium. It would be a cost to the promotion.
For extra seating, can you have that on a, if I can put it this way, on a permanent or semi-permanent temporary basis, i.e. demountable seating?
Yes.
Can you do that?
Oh, yeah, yes, you can hire it.
How would that work by reference to any of the options that you've set out, options 1 to 5?
It would only work on the options where there is no stadium building, and on the assumption, of course, that the existing grandstand was demolished, because otherwise you don't have anywhere to put it.
There's no costings upon the introduction of temporary seating?
No. You wouldn't need it unless those were the circumstances, unless you wanted that capacity.
Now, on attendances, you've given us your view of attendances in respect of Speedway, and yours are based on Poole. Your view, please, as to whether or not those attendances would be likely to be the same as, less than, or more than those that you've identified from Poole of around about 1,100 people, I beg your pardon, per meeting.
For stock cars?
I beg your pardon, for Speedway.
For Speedway?
I want to come back to stock cars. I want to have 2 of them in parallel. So for Speedway.
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, again, there's been some discussion, I know, around Oxford. You get a bounce effect when something is new, when it's reintroduced in that process. But in these things, you have to look at the average, because it's not about, opening and having a brilliant season 1 or a brilliant half a season. It's around how that settles through the process. And I would say that, again, only based on my experience and looking at that, I would say they're about right.
So 1,100 is about right?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you certainly get more if you reopened it, but it won't last.
And so far as stock car racing, what would you expect as to attendance for that? You've given us some idea as to the variability of events, but what would you be expecting to be a stock car attendance per meeting?
By the public? Yes,
the paying public.
The paying public, so the spectators, so not those connected in any way with the drivers or the families of the drivers, so those who are actually spectating. Again, I have to defer to Craig on that process, but his view is that they're, other than very special events, they're in the hundreds.
So far as what may be described as those connected with the drivers, which I'll describe as friends and family for the purposes of this exercise, are those enumerated so that you can actually know how many come along to those types of event?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not versed in that.
Righto, thank you very much. So where does that leave us in terms of stock car racing and its ability to profitably be restored to Brandon and to thereafter be carried out, and what would its effect be if it were so carried out for the purposes of the viability of Brandon Stadium in the longer term?
Well, from all of the information I have, I would say that stock car racing would be able, I mean, putting the world final to one side, I mean, you could certainly see that it would produce at today's rates, netting around 50,000 per annum.
Would that be sufficient to viably provide for the reinstatement and continued functioning of Brandon Stadium?
In the short answer, no. But again, there are a number of things which you have to look at. I mean, in an operational sense, whatever way I look at it, I can't see that the stadium with facilities brought back to a level, let's call them without the stadium building, I think it gets worse after that, but I can't see a set of circumstances where the stadium can get to a break-even position. I can't. I go further in that because it is my area. Reaching a break even is not enough because you have to produce more than that in order to be able to justify any level of risk investment. Now there may be individuals who want to do that, but from the pure business point of view, you have to have a business that has a reasonable chance of breaking even.
And that breaking even, does that make any provision at all for the cost of reinstatement of the stadium?
No.
Now, you have referred to your Swindon experience Perhaps if you'd explain to the inspector what your involvement in Swindon has been and what, if anything, is going forward in respect of Swindon.
Of course. My company purchased Swindon from, not that it's relevant, from British Car Auctions, BCA. And Swindon is primarily a greyhound racing circuit. And it has speedway. And through our promotion, we developed an indoor and outdoor retail market, which operated at its peak on 3 days per week. The operation of Speedway ceased when the pandemic came in and has not restarted. And with the Speedway promoter at Swindon and others, including the stock car promoter, we have together formed an organisation called Swindon Motorsports, and we are actually making a lot of progress, and we are looking to develop, if you like, a motorsports park within a 45-minute drive time of the centre of Swindon.
So is it on the same location as the greyhound operation?
Not the same location, no.
Maybe ask, why hasn't the Speedway resumed post the end of the COVID lockdown?
Financial.
Is the stadium still there?
Yes.
Is it still functioning for greyhounds?
Yes.
Now, in those circumstances, what is it financially that precludes Speedway resuming?
The inability really to pay its way, to be able to make any level of reasonable contribution. And maybe I should explain here that where greyhound racing and speedway or other things happen within a facility. So many years ago, it was relatively straightforward because greyhound racing actually was licensed to run twice a week, and then 2.5 times a week it was restricted. And then restrictions were lifted, and greyhound racing was then only restricted by the number of meetings it could run which would be profitable. And most racecourses moved to 3 times per week, and that's throughout the year. So you would have a situation where there was speedway or stock cars or another event that would be able to fit into that schedule. And the relative profitability of those events then would make it worthwhile for the greyhound operator, if you like, to be able to schedule that. Those situations have changed dramatically, changed in greyhound racing, to a situation where actually today the attendances of greyhound racing are virtually irrelevant.
That's as in spectator attendances.
Correct. And the reason for that is the proliferation of online gambling and the distribution of live images and data on which people gamble. So if you, like what has happened is that the actual function of greyhound racing has started, first of all, to go into betting shops by pictures. So you could have your greyhound racing fix, if you like, by going to a local betting shop. And now to being online, so you can actually do exactly the same wherever you are. So the attendances at greyhound racing have fallen off. But the interesting thing is that a number of race courses, of course, have closed because it's not possible to support greyhound racing without a media contract. It's just not possible. So the media contracts have increased in their requirements, and there are particular circumstances which actually relate back to Oxford. But by increasing those numbers of meetings that are covered, racecourses, Swindon is one, actually use up the time available to them by greyhound racing. And they also become more conscious of their, if you like, their TV image of what is being filmed. So in Swindon's case, at one stage we moved up to 5 meetings per week. And with Speedway, it could just not produce a sufficient level of income to make it worthwhile. And Speedway at Swindon is restricted by the number of events that it can operate. So there weren't any other opportunities for Speedway itself to raise increased money. And they just could not run profitably overall. So it didn't reopen.
Now, what about your new venture, the Swindon Motorsports? Does Speedway form part of that particular proposition?
Indeed it does, yes.
And why would that work as part of that proposition as opposed to the reopening within the existing Swindon facility?
Well, Swindon Motorsports is in the name. The proposition is basically to provide a motorsports park that can operate, and I'll come on to both for spectators and for participants. And it can operate virtually 7 days a week and can operate probably up to a curfew of 10 p.m. at night. And it can have lights. So it can operate all year round. And in the proposition for Swindon in particular, this would have Speedway, oval racing of various descriptions, including stock cars, scrambling 4x4 tracks. This isn't for competition, this is for participation. 4x4, potentially even some demonstration facilities, testing facilities, karting, outdoor karting, but quite a significant track. So essentially, even model car racing, so anything which is there, which people can participate in, and it's probably worth, without wanting to bore everybody, but just saying that in terms of spectating activities in motorsports, they have for many years they fall away generally, apart from a Grand Prix, for example, because of TV coverage. Because the coverage is, if you like, more dynamic. It's a full experience. And on the other side, the level of participation, so people who want to drive things and ride things and do things, is increasing. And they're willing to pay for that privilege, and they're willing to do it quite often. So you have a general movement, and I spent a lot of time looking at over the years at TV coverage and media rights. So you have with TV, you have and we're seeing the outcomes of it, where you have almost a sort of two-way situation. On the one hand, you can say that TV is good because it makes people aware, and indeed it does. On the other hand, you can say for the promoters of live sport, for example, that TV is actually harmful. So in greyhound racing, for example, its harm is decimating. In Speedway, I mean, this is only my personal view, is that as it increases in its capability to provide the whole experience, whether it's on-rider cameras and other things that you would see in Formula One, for example, all of that technology makes the experience better. So all you miss is the noise, the real noise, and the smell. You can't get smell out of a TV.
Not yet, anyway.
No, not yet. So all of those things are happening, as you know, now, and they're accelerating in their effect and how they happen. So
back to Swindon as to how and why that will be, in your view, a venture which encapsulating all those sports, including speedway and oval racing, you consider that is something which is likely to be successful?
Yeah, but I mean, primarily through the fact that it has participation. So that's going to be the bedrock of the whole facility. That's how it pays for itself.
Is that capable of being replicated at Brandon?
No, it's not big enough. It's not in a stadium, you know. These are racetracks, if you like.
Now, we heard from Mr. Morris in particular regarding TV and streaming, and that there were large sums that were coming through to the sport, or certainly to the teams anyway. Do you have any views in respect of streaming, whether or not it's from Warner, Disney, anyone else, Sky, any other operators who may wish to avail themselves of Speedway as a sport on their channels, streaming or otherwise?
Well, there are a number of factors in that question. In terms of the money that arrives at the operator, the promoter, as far as I am aware, and as far as it has been disclosed to me, the fees which can come to a premiership are around 70k a year. But there are none which get to championship.
I think we heard from Mr. Ford that whatever sum was effectively remitted against whatever his fees were to the racing body to which he is affiliated.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think in real terms, arriving with the promoter, the figure is zero. Whether it's offsetting some costs, but I mean, I've not included in my appraisal. I've not included any costs of being a member of the association.
Thank you. Oxford has been mentioned. You told us something of greyhounds there. Tell us what the Oxford experience is and whether or not that is something which is a reasonable parallel or comparable for the purposes of understanding whether or not Brandon is capable of being reinstated.
Well, there are two aspects then. One is the comparable of Oxford as a facility and the reinstatement that it required. So, again, to the best, as they say, to the best of my knowledge and belief, the situation at Oxford is very different in terms of the level of refurbishment.
Have you been to the Oxford track recently?
No.
Have you been to the Oxford track at all?
Oh, many times. I used to run it.
Right, fair enough. So the extent of refurbishment different. Any other differences?
I think the difference between the Oxford experience and the, if you like, the potential Coventry experience is around greyhound racing. I mean, the reason that Oxford reopened is because of greyhound racing, and in particular because of the meeting fees or media fees that are paid. And again, the reason for that is because there is currently if you like, a media war between two organisations supplying live greyhound racing in the UK and the rest of the world. And it is those circumstances which have resulted in Oxford reopening.
Just ask Mr. Goatley, we've been going for nearly, well, not quite 2 hours, but how much more do you have?
Not much more.
Okay, so if you continue, then we'll have a break, yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So far as the speedway component of the offer is concerned, do you have any knowledge in terms of attendance, profitability, or otherwise?
No.
Thank you. Costs. Mr. Morris was referring to rising costs, both in terms of, well, certainly as far as operations are concerned. Is that something with which you would concur?
Can you just lead me in that?
Costs as in, moving on from media, costs of operation, whether in terms of power, employment costs and otherwise.
Yes.
Are those costs static? Are those costs decreasing? Are those costs increasing?
Costs are increasing. The costs of, and again only from my experience, the costs in terms of building since the pandemic, I mean that isn't the actual place, there are other reasons, for it, but the costs of building in our sector have increased by in excess of 50%. It's crazy at the moment.
And that's over what time frame?
2.5 years.
How does that affect, in your view, the assessment of any of the figures that we have looked at in terms of viability, both for reinstatement of the stadium in whatever way and operating costs?
Well, they're not going to come down. That's for sure. I give you an example in terms of the costs of energy. And this experience is both for Poole and for Swindon. The costs in the energy crises are doubled. Poole's increased energy cost was circa £90,000. Now it's come down, but it's still significantly higher.
Can those costs be passed on to those people who might otherwise pay by way of attendance or otherwise?
No.
If I can draw it this way, you've obviously provided your own figures in CD 15.557 and within your proof of evidence. There have been figures which have been hinted at with regard to the evidence put by others, SCS, to this inquiry. From any of the material that you've seen, have you seen any figures which you would recognise and validate as indicating that it would be possible to reinstate, in terms of the capital costs, the stadium at Brandon and thereafter run it operationally in a manner which would be viable and sustainable?
No.
Mr. Osborne, is there anything else that you would like to raise at this time?
No, thank you.
Ma'am, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. I think we overrun a little bit there, but it was an interesting discussion. Yes, I'd like to take a break now, please, before cross-examination commences. So we'll take a break then until 11:45. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everybody. It's now 11:45, so we're going to resume this morning's session, just about morning still. And we're going to start, I believe, with the council. Any cross-examination from Mr.
Richards suggests I go first, madam.
That's fine, I don't mind which. Okay then, over to you, Mr. Humphreys.
Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Good morning.
You've told us, Mr. Osborne, about your venture at Swindon.
Yes.
The motorsports arena. Within 45 minutes of Swindon, somewhere you're looking for. Yep.
Yes.
And you wouldn't be promoting such a stadium as an owner or a promoter for stock cars or speedway if you thought those sports were dying and terminally in decline, would you?
I don't think that is the, if I may, in this process, the relevance.
Could you just answer the question, please, Mr. Osborne? What are you doing? You wouldn't be promoting those sports at the proposed new Swindon Motorsports Arena if you thought they were dying on their feet, those two sports.
I would not.
No. And you're not here to play games, are you?
I don't understand the question.
What sort of questions is
No,
that,
no,
Mr.
no, no,
Humphreys?
I'm just...
Sorry.
Madam, there's a profound... So let me develop it. There's a profound contradiction at the heart of your evidence of great respect, isn't there? Because you're giving evidence on behalf of an appellant who says these are declining sports, and you're coming here to say, but at the same time, you're giving evidence that at the same time, you're promoting it at Swindon on the basis they're not dying sports.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is what I'm saying.
Right. Can we pursue it in this way then? Mr. Ford is a successful promoter at Poole. Gaming International are the head lessee.
Correct.
Yeah. Gaming International don't own the stadium as such. That's the Borough Council, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, we hold a ground lease.
And that's why you refer to stadium operator on the stadium owner in that context. But when I just, no, I mean, it's not I'm not taking any issue, but I'm just, we've had a lot of terms, and I'm just understanding that. So, Mr. Ford, he gave evidence yesterday. I don't know, were you listening in online?
No, I wasn't there, but I understand the evidence he's given.
And he pays on time, indeed, in advance in terms of his relationship with Gaming International.
Pays on time.
Thank you. And Mr. Van Straten at Wolverhampton, he's given evidence this inquiry of his 35 successful years as a promoter at Wolverhampton, of Speedway.
He's given evidence, yes.
And Mr. Rees has given evidence in relation to stock cars as a successful promoter at multiple tracks over many years, most recently, I think until 2021, at the Odsall Stadium in Bradford.
Yes, he's given evidence.
Okay. You yourself were a promoter in the early 1990s at Swindon, is that right? Of Speedway?
My company, yes.
Your company, yes. And that was for about 2 years?
About that.
Yeah. And then the promotion rights were sold by your company?
Yes.
Yep. And in terms of being a promoter of Speedway since, have you been a promoter of Speedway since?
Company has not promoted Speedway since.
In terms of stock car racing, I think in Oxford, you said it was, a friend was asking you and you said, well, I do know Oxford, I was there once, but that was, I think when you promoted stock cars, that was in the mid-1970s?
Correct.
And you haven't promoted it since?
Correct.
Okay. You're known for greyhound racing, yes? I see you nodding just in case the inspector doesn't see the...
What was the question? I know greyhound racing.
I'm so sorry if you misheard. You're known for greyhound racing. You're experiencing greyhound racing, yes?
I would hope so, yeah.
Yes, and at Swindon, the existing Swindon track, that's at present being carried on behind closed doors. Is that right?
No.
That's not right. Is it still being carried on there?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And at Poole, you've now ceased racing greyhounds at the stadium where the Speedway takes place.
Correct.
Okay, good. You own Torquay Football Club, Torquay United. Is that right?
Yes.
And that has had a lot of financial difficulties in recent years, hasn't it? Despite your best endeavours there, yes?
It hasn't had financial difficulties since I've been there.
Well, I'm instructed, and by all means, I put it to you, that there have been significant losses year on year in the last 5 years. Is that not right?
Yes, there are losses,
Yep.
but not financial difficulties.
Okay, losses, thank you. And when I say significant financial losses in the order of £900,000 a year?
Probably,
Yep,
around that.
thank you. And you've referred in relation to stock car racing to Craig Robinson, is that right?
Yes.
And bear with me a moment, please. And Mr. Robinson, the stock car racing that he promotes is not affiliated at all to either Brisker or Orkey, the Oval Racing Council International, is it?
I understand that.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not the mainstream of stock car racing, is it?
I'm not able to say whether it's mainstream or not.
Well, Mr. Carter is closely associated with Brisker, and he's given evidence. He's rebutted your proof in relation to that, but you don't come here to say that what Mr. Carter said is incorrect in that regard.
I have no opinion. I don't know.
But it's appreciate that. But it's very important for the inquiry to know that when you're relying upon what Mr. Robinson's told you, and I appreciate your seeking to reflect what he's told you, that he's not running the stock car racing within the Brisker and Orkey governing bodies. It's not the mainstream.
I honestly don't know and cannot give you any evidence as to what is mainstream or not mainstream. All I know of Craig is that he is a long-established operator, and he operates through many areas of stock car racing, because I think there are a number of formulas, and he was able to provide me with evidence, or if you like, data on all aspects of racing, including Brisker and the Speedworth formulas, hot rods.
But in terms, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I was waiting. I thought you finished. In terms of the, sorry, that's very right. Yes, in terms of attendances, the figure of 600 for a meeting. The inquiry's heard evidence from Mr. Carter about Brandon attendances in 2016. They've heard evidence from Mr. Rees as to what he was achieving at Odsal on averages, not the one-off big event, averages over season. So Mr. Robinson's figure of 600 is well below those figures that are being achieved or have been achieved elsewhere, aren't they? Or perhaps you're not aware of that.
In terms of the, I'm unaware of what was said in relation to average attendances.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look. Anyway, you weren't here, but I've said these points have been put. Can I ask you about the Speedway matters? Because again, the inquiry's heard a lot about attendances already, but I just want to ask you in this regard about it's 15.5.57, which is the Speedway notional operating profit and loss data that's been provided,
yeah,
this inquiry. And I think, in fairness, you said in evidence in chief that really it was an amalgamation, this, wasn't it? It's not the whole picture, it's lots of different things coming in. It's not a internally consistent picture either, is it?
I mean, I think this is as I said, the situation with 5.57 is born out of the fact that I've looked at this position where if you like, the operator or owner or whatever of the stadium is the Speedway promoter. So within this, there's an amalgam of other costs.
So you just to be following that, you said it doesn't include the rent, and that's what you said, but also you gave figures about the net in terms of rent. When we're dealing with the question of rent, you said, oh well, the rent that you would expect to be paid. Then you gave a net figure of £1,800 to £2,000 per meeting.
Per meeting.
But that was a net, so we don't know what the growth, and I don't want to trample on confidential material, but I mean, Mr. Ford yesterday, respecting the business relationship he has with you, said, well, look, it's not for me. If Mr. Hunter wants to tell Mr. Osborne wants to tell the inquiry what rent I pay him, then it's a matter for Mr. Osborne. I'm not going to breach any confidentiality, and I'm leaving it open to you if you wish to say that, or if you don't wish, I'm not going to press you for it. But
it's £2,520.
£2,520. Thank you. And in terms of the sponsorship and merchandise, figures that Mr. Ford, going back to 15.5.57, Mr. Ford, did you, I take it you didn't hear online his evidence yesterday either?
Not online. I've listened to a recording.
You've listened to a recording. Oh, well, okay, well, that's yeah, that's okay. And in terms of what he achieves, I don't think it was. I think the figures were 78 to 85,000 rather than 97. But we're not going to quibble about that for the. I'm sorry. 98,000. I had 39 for the merchandise. I thought he said it was 78 to 85, but anyway, it's a matter for our notes. It's not going to turn on that, but that's a figure that we've got this side. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Those figures, if he says that, and it would be he who knows those figures rather than his son, because his son is just dealing with the day-to-day management, not any of the business side. That's what Mr. Ford said. Do you accept that?
I accept that's what he said.
Well, have you any reason to doubt what he said?
I do.
Why is that?
Because his son attends all of the meetings with Mr. Ford when financial matters are discussed with me.
Well, Mr. Ford, who's given evidence this inquiry, he was very clear, because it was raised with him, his son, he was very clear that he knows the business details, and even Mr. Ford's been perfectly open with, Mr. Matt Ford's been perfectly open and straightforward with you in all his business dealings with you, isn't he?
I'm quite sure whether or not that's a question that's capable of being answered.
Well, so you've had a reasonably long relationship with Mr. Ford, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, and you've got to know him, and I think one of the people who wrote in said he was flamboyant but integrity. Have you read that? I think that was.
I have.
And do you disagree with that from your own dealings with him, from your own knowledge?
I have no reason to consider him anything else other than a reasonable businessman.
Thank you. And these figures on 15.5.57, the profit and loss, notional operating profit and loss data, did some of these figures come from Mr. Steve Park, who's one of the part of the group, part of the team bringing forward the proposed new Swindon?
Some would come from him.
Yeah.
He's actually, Steve Parker's also part of was part of the promotion of Swindon.
Well, Mr. Matt Ford said yesterday that Mr. Park had told him that he had prepared this profit and loss for New Swindon. For the New Swindon venture. He didn't have it in mind that this was to be used for Brandon. Is that fair? Do you know, I mean...
I have no...
You don't know, okay, but...
I don't know what he said.
And Mr. Park, I think he's a director of Swindon Motorsport Limited. Is that right? It's one of the directors. Yes. And I think he's, tell me if he's wrong, I think he's promoted, he was a promoter of Speedway until 2019. Does that sound about right to you? For 2 years?
He's not the licence holder.
No.
No.
And he's
so
not.
I don't know whether you can describe him as a promoter. You can describe him as part of the promotion.
Part of the, very well. Yes, from our side, I think that's probably from our side. We thought that insofar as he's promoted Speedway, it's not promoted at the championship level. He's been at the National Development League level.
Yes.
Yes. And if and insofar as he has promoted or come close to it, it was for a period of 2 years until 2019. Does that...
Yes, I mean, I think it's worth saying in relation to Steve Park that he is not and does not rely on Speedway promotion. He's never promoted Speedway. It's not his business. It's far from his business. He is an individual who is, I mean, basically in chemical engineering. He's a supporter of Speedway. That's how he became involved.
Going to stadium operator or stadium owner, said you take a rent, there's car parking charges, which depending on the structure, but often the stadium owner will get the car parking charges, the fees we pay, and food and beverage as well, subject to, and without asking you to divulge confidential information, it's fair to say that there's a healthy profit, for example, in food and beverages there.
I don't think that I mean, the answer to that is a I don't know what you would describe as healthy.
Well, in which case, you describe it in your own words.
It is profitable.
Yeah. I mean, if the figure of can be as much as 70% return over costs, is that a figure that you would say was not accurate?
What do you mean by 70%?
Well, 70% profit.
What sort of profit?
70%, up to 70%.
But could you describe profit? What is profit?
Well, with respect, what do you say the level of profit that you understand in business to be is on food and beverages, roughly?
In a net profit?
Very well.
Probably about 24%.
And gross?
65.
Right.
That's on. If you took food and beverage across, probably around that.
And your net profit is what takes it from gross to net in the context of which you're speaking at present.
Costs and wastage.
Costs and wastage. Okay. Okay. When you say you've been operationally involved in a number of projects, stadium, it's just so that one can be clear, it's not as promoter for many decades, it's either your company of which you're chairman or previously chief executive officer have I think they've owns Swindon. You're the landlord at Poole, and you own Swindon. You own Torquay United Football Club Stadium. Is that you personally, in relation to that one, or is it a Gaming International?
No.
No, it's you personally. Okay.
It's another company.
It's another, yeah, I appreciate it. And then in terms of acoustic barriers, there's never been an acoustic barrier at Coventry as part of its existing use.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And you refer to air fences, safety fences. The inspector may have seen that, so far as Coventry is concerned, the Armco fences there already. The air fence, as you've described, would go in front of it. And those, as has been set out in Mr. Hunter's, in the schedule attached to Mr. Hunter's proof, to which Mr. Carter's referred as well, those are sponsored, would be sponsored by West Midlands Golf Club. So that's something that would be done by a local business rather than having to be funded by the stadium operator. Were you familiar with that? Have you seen that, Mr. Hunter's? Yeah.
I've seen the statement.
And yeah. You were asked about self-help for bringing back for works at a stadium, and you said, well, it's all changed, and I'm sure there has been a lot of change, which we've all seen over the decades. But in terms of the self-help that was sort of we were just rolling up the sleeves and helping in a lay way, what SES have put in their evidence quite extensively and given references to companies, businesses, is that these are people who are skilled tradesmen, skilled within their, and they're very well aware of building regulations, health and safety, and modern methods of construction in that sense. Yes, and I see you nodding. So, so I know it's put to you as self-help, but we're not suggesting that sort of very low-level self-help, are we, in this case? No.
I mean, I assume not. I mean, the question I was answering was around whether or not there would be the opportunity for labour and help to be provided within that process. I mean, that's the context I was looking at.
No, I appreciate it was the way the question was asked, which had certain assumptions within it, but I'm grateful for the clarification. You've said you haven't fully investigated the terraces in terms of the substructure, the nature of it, if there is one, etc. Yeah. But you've given some, there should be a practical solution, as you've put it, which can be achieved there. And you've made assumptions based on what you've read in the about to get this wrong myself, Farrow-Wilson report, is that right? You've referred to it as Farrell, I think it's Farrow, and then I thought I've gone wrong. Farrow, anyway, the Farrow report, okay. You've made various assumptions having looked at that, and those are set out in your proof of evidence on that basis. And if we look at your proof, please, the proof of evidence, the written statement. Sorry. When we turn to bottom of page 9, number page 9, internal, you referred, just to help you, back on page 7, at paragraph 2.6, you refer to Farrow-Walsh's report, the first line of 2.6, just at the top there, just to detailed observation, having read the structural survey by Farrow-Walsh. Do you see that? Yes. And then coming on to 9, just to give you the context of where you are in your proof, I appreciate. Yes. Then coming on to that, at the bottom of page 9, you say, after inspection and review, the following assumptions will be made in respect to the redevelopment design and costing. And then there are a series of bullet points over the page, which were taken to, and you told us that the 5th bullet point, one middle, just count them down mentally, so I can't. The existing covered terrace can be refurbished and the canopy replaced with a lightweight stretched fabric cover. Yes. You refer to the terraces around the 2 bends, in your view, best to become grass banks.
Yes.
But in terms of the terrace underneath the terracing underneath the back straight, you're not suggesting from that they should become grass banks. You'd say let's look further into the detail of their substructure as to what needs to be done.
I think they're in a very different condition.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that you should cover those over or abandon them.
No. No. Could you just help me with this, please? Paragraph 2.1 of your proof. You say there on page 6, I'll just let you find it, page 6, paragraph 2.1. Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
You say, I'm advised that the primary use to be considered is speedway racing, to which other events may be added. Who advised you on that?
I think from memory from the proposal that was made, the evidence that was made, and from my discussions with DPP.
Yeah. And they've been involved at the motorsport project since about November of last year, is that right? They've been advising since about November of last year.
Who? DPP?
DPP.
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them.
Oh, well, I did ask them, and that's what they told me yesterday.
Right.
So I was just trying to square that. Just thank you.
It's okay.
Okay. Madam, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. Mr. Richards, anything from you, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Osborne, in the world of speedway and stock car, I now understand that there are people who own stadiums, there are people who operate stadiums, and sometimes they might be the same person.
Correct.
In your case at Pool, you are currently the operator.
Yes.
Right. That means that you pay an annual sum to the owner, the Borough Council.
Correct.
But you in turn receive payments from the promoter.
Correct.
At Pool, Mr. Ford.
Correct.
And you've told us today what he pays you per event.
Correct.
And so a slice of that will go to the Borough Council in due course.
Through a mechanism.
Yeah, through the contractual relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't vary. It is constant.
And all of those terms, stadium owner, operator, and speedway / stock car promoter, I'm now got a grip on. There is also something else called a team, a speedway team.
Yes.
Which comprises of a number of riders who I understand are contracted to the promoter.
Yes.
So in other words, when we are talking as amateurs, as I am, about speedway teams and speedway promoters, do we actually mean one and the same entity? They're sort of interchangeable for present purposes.
They are the same.
Excellent. Now, the next, and you're a stadium operator at Poole. Do you currently operate any other stadia?
At Swindon.
The Greyhound Stadium,
Yes.
where there is not any speedway anymore.
Correct.
Then I don't think I need to ask you any more questions about that. You're not currently a stadium owner.
At Swindon.
Oh, you own the Greyhound Stadium? Fine.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right. And the promoter pays the stadium operator. And so long as the stadium operator's income from the promoter exceeds the operating costs of the stadium, then it's happy days.
Yes. I mean, there's a nuance in there because the relationship is not singular. So the stadium operator will be relying on other levels of income,
Yes.
not just from the promoter.
No, because the stadium can generate income other than that through the promoter of events.
From events.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. But the promoter is concerned about income and expenditure of the events, and the promoter leaves the operator to operate the stadium.
Yes, because the promoter operates the event.
Yes. And depending on the contractual relationship between the promoter and the operator, for example, who normally pays the electricity bill for electricity used during the event?
The stadium operator.
Right. And who usually pays for a repair to a window if the window is damaged at the event?
If it's damaged at the event,
Yes.
the promoter.
Right. So all of these things will be set out in the contractual relationship between the two.
Indeed.
Yeah. If the window is damaged not at the event because a bird flies into it or whatever, then the operator would obviously pick up the tab.
Indeed.
Yeah. Now, for the next series of questions, I want you to assume that there is a satisfactory stadium in a satisfactory condition so far as licensing and health and safety is concerned. And if we look at the Speedway Notional Operating Profit and Loss Account, CD 15557,
Yes.
I've got to find a way of summarising what this tells me. And I'm going to summarise it as follows. This is a table which assumes the stadium operator and the speedway promoter are one and the same person / organisation.
Yes.
Therefore, there is no rent in inverted commas, being paid between the promoter and the operator.
Correct.
And and it assumes, first of all, if we look, let's look at the championship,
Yes.
the middle cost, the middle column. If those 1,100 people split between adults, concession and children, if those 1,100 people turn up at an event and they buy between them 500 programs, yes?
Yes.
And there is local sponsorship of £600 a meeting,
Yes.
and merchandise is sold that generates net £475 a meeting, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
We can see what a meeting will generate in terms of net receipts.
Yes.
And then we do the same with costs. And
Yes.
these are the costs, the total costs that would accrue to the operator and the promoter, because they're one and the same person.
Yes.
And we can see what therefore the meeting costs are.
Yes.
And at this point in the exercise, we can see that at £19,479 worth of income and £13,650 worth of costs.
Correct.
Therefore, the meeting is making a profit of £5,500.
Yes.
But that is not the end of the story, because there are then the non-meeting costs to factor in.
Yes.
And if we look at the championship, by the time we take those seasonal costs in, or annual costs in,
Yes.
that leaves us with a shortfall of £3,237 for the year.
Yes.
As near as, damn it, break even.
Probably.
Yeah. But of course, if the merchandise income was a little bit more than in the notional cost, then there would be more income, net income. And if more people turned up, there would be some additional costs, because if more people turned up, you might have to put on a couple of extra stewards and so on and so forth. But let's at the moment, in the championship, we've got 1,100 people turning up. We've heard evidence at this inquiry about crowds of, say, 1,500.
Yes.
And so if an additional 400 people turned up, have you got a phone or a calculator there?
Okay.
So can you start off by assuming an extra 400 people will turn up? So plug in 400 to your calculator.
Yes.
And then I'm going to assume that all of those 400 people are concessions.
Yes.
So it'll be 400 times 18.5.
Yes.
And then we know there are 17 meetings a year.
Yes.
So what's the annual increase in income if 400 more concessions turn up to a meeting?
I'm not good on these. So
I've got 125,800.
On 25800, did you
Yes.
say? Yes.
Good, okay. And as I indicated, there might be a little bit of extra costs involved of regularly accommodating 400 extra people. But 400 extra people would be six figures, wouldn't it? £100,000 plus.
Yes.
Yeah. And that the effect of that would, on the championship column in CD 15557, would be to add £100,000 to the estimated profit and loss.
Yes.
Yeah. Enough to keep the stadium operator and promoter in gloves and scent.
Indeed.
Yes. Have you heard that expression before? Mm-hmm. Yes. It's a particular favourite of mine. Now, the other thing you've told us is that when an iconic stadium reopens, there is a bounce effect. Mm-hmm. So that we could assume more people will attend a reopened stadium than on a notional operating profit and loss data exercise. Therefore, my 1,500 people might well be realistic.
On the bounce?
Yeah.
For a period?
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. The trick then for the stadium operator and promoter would be to maintain the interest and even grow the interest, which, as we understand it, is the case at Oxford at the moment, you would say.
I couldn't say that because the attendances at Oxford are not verified.
No, well,
I have an opinion on them, and I have an opinion on how long the bounce will last as well. But that's only my opinion.
Yes. I mean, one of the extraordinary things that I've discovered about speedway and stock car racing is that nobody is willing to be open about how many people attend.
I know.
I simply don't understand it. But there we are.
I am.
But what we do know about Oxford is that however many people were attending on reopening, that number has grown. That's the evidence before the inquiry in year 2, which is where, as I understand it, we are now. We're in year 2 of reopened Oxford. Is that right? Or are we yet into year 3?
We're in year 2, but I don't think, I mean, that may be your understanding of the position, but I don't think it is necessarily fact.
Ah, right. Well, I agree with you. That's what we're being told by the people from Oxford. You would say, is that verified?
No. I mean, just in the process. I mean, going back to the analogy of the stadium operation, etc. In the stadiums we operate, we know the figures. We know them exactly. And the reason is that not only is that good business, so you get the right graphs and you get the right data, but it is actually required by law.
Yeah.
Because we have to have those and they have to be inspectable by the local authority.
Yeah.
Now,
but not by planning inquiries.
Not by planning inquiries. But in the difficulty that I have, which is probably the same difficulty that you have, is that it is just not possible to get anything from Oxford, for example, in terms of attendances. And it is even not possible to get an interview or anything which is there which says actually how many people came. Now, what I do know is that the Oxford promoter and indeed the Oxford operator know those numbers to the last single person.
Yeah.
What is frustrating is that I hear this evidence, but I can't comment on it.
No.
Because I don't know.
Okay. So now, so that's the position with Speedway.
Yes.
To that we add stock car racing.
Yes.
And you have told us, with a phrase that is going to become a favourite of mine, that stock car racing is cash flow positive.
Oh, I use that a lot.
I.e. profitable.
Well, not strictly in the accounting definition.
No. But then you told us, setting aside the world final every third year, that spectators will come and stock car racing would net around 50,000 a year. That's what you told us.
In contribution to the operation.
Correct.
Yes.
And is that 50,000 a year for the stadium operator?
Yes.
Yes. In other words, although it wouldn't affect the promotion side of the Speedway business in the notional profit and loss account, if the operator and promoter are one and the same person or organisation, that's an extra £50,000 a year onto the bottom line in the notional profit and loss account if you also have stock car racing.
Within, not exactly, but within a reason, because there are, if you take the operator of the stadium itself and you add another activity, there are costs that increase so over and above the meeting costs.
Yes.
So the holding costs increase. But you can say that there is a supernumerary amount of money which flows from a stock car operation. Yes. In these circumstances.
So the operator might have additional costs, but those additional costs would be more than offset by the 50,000 net from stock car racing.
There would be most certainly a net gain.
A net gain, yeah. And as I indicated to you, all of those questions assumed a fit and proper stadium.
Yes.
So it would appear that this far in our discussion, we can agree that if the stadium can be put into a fit and proper state at Brandon, Speedway and stock car racing will be profitable, at least initially.
I would say so. They would at least be able to break even.
Yes, and if more people came, the bounce.
That could increase it.
And stock car racing would help the Speedway, which is in equilibrium at 1,100 per meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, it depends on so many other things, like merchandise is better than whoever was helping you put this together. As you've heard, Mr. Ford was a bit more optimistic on merchandising, but who can tell? It would depend how many T-shirts with "Welcome back to Brandon, Mr. Carter" was prepared to buy.
Yes, his son helped me with these figures.
Yeah. Perhaps even Mr. Humphreys might buy one, I don't know.
I will pay to see that.
So, now, your evidence about the cost of putting the Speedway stadium back into a fit and proper condition, you've looked at a number of scenarios. we're here talking about, I think, speedway and stock car racing with no stadium building.
Correct. I think so.
And that is in your proof, that is your option 4.
Yes.
But so far as I can work out, in the core documents list, it's the plan headed option 2. But let's just double check on that. I think it's, and Mr. Gately will be able to tell me if I'm right. I'm thinking it's the one that shows a speedway track inside a stock car track. Yeah. And it is core document 15552. As they say in Cluedo, can you help me?
Option 2?
Yes.
Yes. Speedway and stock cars without a main stadium building is option 2.
Correct. Good. I was right.
Yes.
So, and then if we look at the schedule of that,
yes,
in core document 15550,
yes,
speedway and stocks, no main building,
yes,
4.9 million quid.
Yes.
And that is as a result of you and those who advise you having had the benefit of reading a structural report,
yes,
going onto the site and satisfying yourselves that the structural report, what was written in the structural report, appeared to correlate with what you could see on the ground.
Probably the other way around. I mean, I took it with the architect initially in looking, so our own inspection, so it started in that way.
Yeah. And then, and with the benefit of reading QS, presumably advice and costs analysis or whatever these other hoods are.
Well, as I said, the process for me in doing this is that we, as you can imagine, we hold a lot of data. I mean, a lot of information, although we are not quantity surveyors or cost consultants. And what we did is that we used that. We also measured the certain areas which needed, which had to be measured because it produces quantities, and then we checked across AR data and B with our cost consultants as to what the running costs were against those measures, and then we had an amalgam of putting that together, and then I sat down with the QS and just ran through the sense check.
Yeah, okay. Now, we've heard evidence from SCS from a Mr. Hunter. Are you familiar with his evidence?
I think, yes. I mean, I don't have it in here.
That's all right. He's a businessman. He's a stock car racing enthusiast. He's a former driver. He's got sons who are current drivers.
Yes.
He's got a son who's 16 and is about to become an F1 driver.
Yeah.
Mr. Hunter won races at Coventry and he's desperate for his sons to do the same.
Yes.
And he is a man with not simply deep pockets, but very deep pockets, according to his witness statement, his proof of evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. And he has been told, see the very last page of his evidence, that putting the track into a satisfactory condition, what we have perhaps unkindly been referring to as jumpers for goalposts, he's been told that it's 736,000 odd.
Yes.
To which you would say, no, it isn't. Is that right? Or don't you know?
I can't make that work. I mean, no.
No, you can't make it work. You think it will be more than 736,000 even to get jumpers for goalposts?
Yes.
Yeah. But Mr. Hunter at the moment is relying on what he's been told by people who have not been onto the site to carry out proper surveys or to see the condition of what is there now. That's correct, isn't it? So far as you're aware.
Yes, so.
So, let's imagine, let's put ourselves in an imaginary world where this appeal is dismissed and the prospect of anybody wanting to build housing on the site goes away. Okay? And Mr. Carter and Mr. Hunter are invited onto the site with their teams of surveyors and experts to be able to make an accurate assessment as to what it is going to cost to put the stadium into whatever condition they need it or want it to be in. Once that exercise is done, it will either cost 736,575 or it will cost more than that. Yeah? And Mr. Hunter will then have to decide whether he is willing to pay. Yeah? If he is willing to pay, that's fine. If he's unwilling to pay, short of calling in DIY SOS, that will be the end of SCS's dreams for the stadium to be to reopen, won't it?
Again, I'm not able to give any thoughts or processes on what he may do or SCS may do, or indeed what the owner of the stadium may do.
No, yes.
I have no idea.
I'm asking you to assume that the owner of the stadium would acquiesce in all of this. No, right. My question is, how long do you think it would take that process to be gone through? Could it be done? Would it be likely to take weeks, or would it be likely to take months? How long did it take you to put your evidence together and to reach the conclusion that it was not a business proposition?
How long did it take us? Probably about, on and off, about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Ford is an experienced promoter,
Yes.
and he's told us he thinks he could promote events at Brandon given a fit and proper stadium.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt him?
No. I might just add to that situation. Is again, it comes back to the definition of promoter. I mean, Mr. Matt is as has been said to you, is resident in France. So he has not been a active promoter, in my definition, of that process for 3.5 years.
Okay. So who, in your view, in effect, personifies the promoter at Poole? Is it his son?
His son.
Yeah. He has learnt at his father's knee.
And indeed his father.
And his father's father, perhaps.
No, not at all. But his father, Matt, in conversations with me, has said it is now Danny's future.
Yeah.
I mean, he wants to. He is doing everything now in Speedway for Danny.
Yeah. Well, when my two daughters are settled, I too hope to retire one day.
Well, and it is, you know, it's perfectly feasible and right.
Yeah. Okay. Now the bounce. How long do you think it would be likely to last at Brandon?
Probably. I mean, I don't think the bounce comes and goes. I mean, you could see an effect. It's like a graph.
Yeah.
But you could see an effect through the first season.
Okay. If Oxford are right, the effect persists into the second season. If they're right.
Yeah, if they're right. I mean,
So
my own view is that it wouldn't, but, you know.
So can we agree that if the stadium can be put into a fit and proper condition, then the promoter is likely to be able to make it work for at least 2 years?
Well, the promoter on today's numbers and on today's costs of operation, if it were today, and there was a bounce effect which lasted through the first season, you could say that the promoter can, in an overall sense, make it work for that period of time.
Yeah.
For a year.
Okay.
I mean, when I say work, I mean...
Work as a business. Make the numbers add up.
Well, could it make a surplus? So, i.e., would the promoter not have to put his hand in his pocket? The answer is yes.
Yeah. And how, whether or not the promoters would in effect have to make some contribution to the cost of capital finance, whether usually through a rent, would depend on the investor's attitude to return, whether the investor was in it for the short, medium or long term. Or whether the investor was a philanthropist and said, no, here you are, I just want to see Richards Stadium reopened at Brandon.
Yes, I mean, I can only really comment on the business case. I mean,
yeah.
Having somebody who wants to be a philanthropist, I can't comment on, because that's down to an individual circumstance which may or may not happen. But in the business sense, in everything I say, I cannot see a set of circumstances where one would invest in order to make any form of return. The risk factor is so high.
Yeah. Well, and no doubt that's what people told Roman Abramovich when he bought Chelsea. It's no doubt what people told Cecil Duckworth when he bought Worcester Rugby. But there are such people about, aren't there?
But there are. Yes, there are. But the difficulty we all make is that, or the assumption we all make, is that, you know, football is rugby, rugby is speedway, speedway is stock cars. They're not. These are very, very different entities in the public's perception of them, the support structure of them, the community structure of them, they're very different.
Yeah.
And you can't make a comparison with football and stock cars or speedway. You just can't.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Richards. So, Mr. Goatley, any points of re-examination from you,
Thank
please?
you very much. Yes, a few, please, if I may. You were asked by my little friend, Mr. Humphreys, that you're known for greyhound racing. Are you known only for greyhound racing?
I hope not.
What else would you be known for if you are to be known?
That's interesting. I mean, probably I have in greyhound racing, I have also a reputation in media rights. I have a reputation in stadium building operation. I'm known in speedway circles and in to a much greater, now a lesser extent. I mean, I was very well known in stock car racing. I actually was a competitor in stock car racing. And the largest promoter of stock car racing today is a company called Speedworth. The guy who owned Speedworth, who's now sadly passed away some time ago, was a great friend of mine.
Thank you very much. You were asked whether or not Mr. Robinson, not being affiliated to Brisker or Ork1, that meant that he was not mainstream for stocks, and you weren't able to say in respect of that. With regard to his affiliation or not, in your view, what, if any, significance or consequence does that have for any of the information that you've relayed from him?
I don't think it has any. I mean, he's able to inform me about the entire stock car industry, stock car racing industry, I beg your pardon.
The attendance of, say, 600 for stock car racing that you received from him, how realistic or otherwise do you judge that to be for the purposes of assessment?
I think he's well informed. I mean, he understands what's happening in the UK. I take his views as, he's not some guy who's just offering me an opinion. I mean, he's informed of what is happening in stock car racing.
In your view, does he have a vested interest in underestimating the number of attendees at a stock car race?
I can't imagine why, no. I mean, there is a... I mean, it's not in my evidence, but just in looking in the overall process, I mentioned Speedworth and Les Eaton, but in this process, one of my colleagues spoke to Speedworth as well. So we gathered as much information as we can, or within the confines of the time available.
The information that your colleague obtained from Speedworth, was that contradictory or confirmatory of that which you'd heard from Mr. Robinson?
Around the same.
You were asked about your CD 15.5.57, essentially your financial assessment document, the profit and loss.
Yes.
Who produced the document? Was it you or Mr. Parker?
Me.
Was it mainly or exclusively based on anything that Mr. Parker told you?
Mr. Parks, no.
Parks,
he contributed to this, as did the actual promoter of Swindon as well.
Thank you very much. Could you bring up, please, CD 16.2.5 and go to page 8 of that document? No, it's the Mr. Hunter's evidence, page 8 of that. I think it should be the very last page. It's a table. That should be it. Yes, I think that is it, by the looks of things. You were asked some questions by my learned friend, Mr. Humphreys, regarding the Armco barrier replacement, which is the 5th item down, I think.
Yes.
That was to be sponsored by the West Midlands Golf Club.
Yes.
How would that affect your assessment as to financing, as to any of these potential sponsorship or supporting elements?
In particular to the Armco or any?
Any of them.
Well, I haven't allowed within mine are the estimated costs. I mean, if they're sponsored, I can't account for that.
In any event, the 736,000, how does that correlate with your 4.9 million, or for that matter, the RLB figure, which is substantially higher than that, in terms of the cost of reinstatement?
Well, I mean, there is no. I mean, I don't think there's any comparison. But you know, I mean, there are some things which were potentially. We find some areas. So you know, but there are so few that I can't offer any sort of links between one and the other. I can't give you a comparison which would sort of in any way inform you more. I mean, the perimeter. I mean, I'm only picking things, but not for any effect. But the perimeter fencing, make good perimeter fencing, £2,000. I mean, the perimeter fencing is defunct. It's not repairable. It just isn't. I mean, it's not, you know, by anybody's position.
Thank you very much. Now, with regard to structural engineering and structural condition assessment, we have Appendix 3 to Mr. Hooper's evidence, which is the Farrow Walsh Consulting Report. You told us that you've read that report and that you've been on the site. And we recognise you are not a structural engineer, have you seen anything that would give a justified reason to doubt that structural engineer's report and any of the conclusions that it's formed?
No.
Now, a learned friend, as well as telling us about the glove and sense, has also invited, I think, something in the nature of the Micawber principle of annual income £20, annual expenditure £19 and 6 result happiness, as opposed to result misery if it is more than that. For the purposes of your numerical assessment, your draft P&L and other assessments, is that a fair way of looking at the approach to assessing whether or not cash positive means suitably profitable so as to be sustainable?
Well, in the leisure business generally, there is a principle which is applied, which you have to show profitability of at least 20% per annum. Now, if you are probably, if you're like me, and an enthusiast as well as strictly an investor in businesses, that could probably drop to 10%. I mean, and when I say that, that is, you know, that's an ROI. That's a return on investment. So, and that's with everything. So you've got to add in the costs of money, fees, putting it all together. So that's, so the example I would give you is if you have an investment of £100,000, all in, everything, including your interest and everything else, you have to show £20,000 a year return net to make that worthwhile.
Now, Mr. Richards put to you a number of variant figure assessments in context of your CD 15.5.57. He asked you to conjure with a attendance of 1,500. I think that 1,500 is principally based on Mr. Ford, what Mr. Ford said about pool. Is that what your understanding of the attendance at pool is, 1,500 persons per week?
I mean, I know what the attendance is at pool.
Is it that of that order of magnitude?
No.
Is it higher or lower?
Lower.
Is it in the order of magnitude that's contained in your 15.5.57 as opposed to the 1,500 figure?
Yes, that was what I was trying to get to, the average. So it's informed that I can. Poor, the average is 1,158 so far.
And that's per meeting?
Yeah.
1,158 per meeting?
Per meeting, yeah. The running average.
In your view, is there a good basis, based on what has been put to you, to make an assumption that one could believe there would be an elevated extent of attendance as a long-term average of the order of 1,500 persons per meeting at Speedway?
Not in my view, no.
Mr. Richards' assumed contention of adding, say, the order of £100,000 to the profit and loss account over the year by reason of an elevated attendance, in your view, is that a sound basis for the purposes of assessment?
No. I mean, I can understand the calculation, but I don't think it's sound to assume that.
Now, you were asked to consider the bounce. The bounce, as I understand it to be contended, is an uplift in likely levels of attendance by reason of novelty of either it appearing or returning to a venue. Is that what you understand the position?
That's a bounce, yeah.
For the purposes of assessment here, do you consider that there would, or it is fair to take account of the fact that there may be or would be a bounce, and what, if anything, do you consider would be the order of magnitude of that bounce And for what period do you think it would endure?
I think, I mean, in the general sense, I think you could say that a bounce runs on a graph. It's a depreciating graph, and it would be significant or reasonable within that first year. My own personal opinion is it doesn't pass that.
Well, you say it's your personal opinion. Is that just simply a moistened finger in the air, or do you have any basis from experience to reflect that?
No, I don't have any front experience of running a bounce process. It's really in looking at, my view, in terms of what happens with attendances over that period. So it's observing others, if you like, in that process.
Now, it may be contended that people will be either energized or attracted by reason of that new experience, and that somehow, having been captured within that first few months or year, that there is the prospect of that continuing on. In your view, does that occur? If it does, why? If it doesn't, why?
So I don't think it stretches over the first year, and the reason I don't think it does is because it goes to this position of what's happening in these activities, and it goes to TV coverage, and it goes to what's happening with the generation in relation to Speedway, which is what we're talking about. So the bounce is because it's new and because it's different, and that may last for a little. But what I don't think it does is that it doesn't convert permanent meeting by meeting spectators. So, if you like, you would call them supporters rather than spectators. I don't think it lasts that period. There are many reasons for that, and there are many reasons that why I think Speedway, if you take that as an example, why the whole process is changing as it's done in greyhound racing, why those live attendances are falling. There are all sorts of reasons. There's competition in that process. There's competition for time. There's competition for leisure. It's what families do. There's competition from TV, as I've said. It's just a changing set of circumstances.
Thank you very much. You were asked about Oxford's attendance, whatever that might be. Various figures have been suggested to the inquiry. In respect of any of those suggested numbers, do you think the inquiry should rely upon the numbers that have been cited or suggested?
I can't see how you can. I mean, the numbers are numbers. I mean, attendances are attendances. They shouldn't be a secret. But I can't help inquire anymore. I mean, I don't know why you don't have them, but.
Thank you. In order to maintain a fit and proper stadium, is break-even sufficient for the purposes of an operator to do that?
No, too risky.
Why is it too risky?
Well, by nature of running a stadium, and which is essentially at the end of the day event space. Okay, running of events is risky for a for a number of reasons. You know, the public perception, the trends in that process, weather, all sorts of things can affect that process, as well as the economy and the ability for people to pay and what the strike price has to be to go in, etc. So it's just a risky business. And you know, to run a business with your absolute target of break even, with no sinking funds, with no back criteria that you can hold money, is madness. I mean, you can't do it.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Osborne. Ma'am.
Right, thank you, Mr. Goatley. And Mr. Osborne, thank you very much from you as well.
Thank you.
So we are now just about on 1:15. At this stage in the proceedings, I don't think I intend to start looking at conditions today. If we're all agreeable, I think we'll leave that until we come back on our further sitting days. But before I draw this session to a close and adjourn the inquiry, anything further from anybody? Okay, that's fine. I'm not expecting anything new. Yes, no, I don't think we have any at this current moment in time. So anyway, for the purposes of the ongoing nature of this inquiry, as I said at my introduction today, I am going to adjourn today, and I'm going to assume for the moment that we are going to recommence and resume the inquiry on the 8th and 9th of November, unless other information comes to light during that period of time, which hopefully, as I said, we will confirm with the NHS Trust over the next couple of days or so.
And that will be in this venue, as I understand it?
Yes, I believe so. I believe this venue is available during that time, which is excellent.
And I'm assuming to 9:30 on the 8th.
Well, I will confirm.
Right.
I will make sure everybody's clear. We could have a 10 o'clock start on the first day, but I'm quite happy to have 9:30 just to give us plenty of scope. But we will confirm all that in writing via the case officer, so everybody is absolutely clear. So for today then, thank you very much everybody. So I then will adjourn the inquiry then until the 8th of November. Thank you.